Welcome back, my pedigree chums. My name is Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are back in the Unreal Engine 5.5.4. This is my university project. It's called C.E.S.A.R, Celestial Engineers Search and Rescue. It's a game set in space where you have to rescue creatures, evade the robots, return the creatures to the centre of the map, repeating it a total of 4 times until 4 creatures have been saved. Game complete. So last night I put in my other robot. I'm just going to show you him right now. He's over here. And when he spots you, he does a charge up. And then he goes for you. It's quite scary. And then he does this spin attack, which is really, really cool. So what I've done, guys, what we're going to be doing is I've sourced a load of sound effects. So we're going to be implementing sound effects first, and then we're going to be doing something that may, I don't know how complicated it's going to be, but I'm sure it'll be fine. So I have a total of, what is that, 5 sound effects. So I've got a sound effect for the spin attack for the robot. I've got a sound effect for when a creature is rescued in the portal. Another for when Gelatino morphs into an object. And then I've got 2 UI sound effects. So we're going to do 5 sound effects first. And then we're going to do the thing that is most important for the game. Those of you that have followed the stream will be familiar with the level layout, but as you can see at the center of the map we have the portal, and then it branches off into 4 different areas. You have, over here is the atrium, offices, science, maintenance. So I've got 2 robots, 2 different types of robots, but what we need is we need to assign boundaries for each robot. Now we've already got the NavMesh, so what we need to do is to create some like classes and nav query filters, and that should basically control where the robot is allowed to go. And then once that's set up, we then update the behavior tree and some of the behavior tree tasks to use those classes. I don't know how hard that's going to be, but I'm pretty sure I can tackle it. And I've already got a thingy, if I just show you on this. This is the original design, and you can see where we've got these dashed lines. These dashed lines represent the boundaries between the robots. So you can see section C, for example, he's allowed to go all over the office and then towards the center portal. Atrium robot, all of the atrium, all of the corridor, and then quite a lot of the inner section towards the portal. The maintenance spot is mirrored symmetrically to the offices, as is nature mirrored to the atrium. So that basically means robots will be able to go all over the place, but only within their certain boundary. So we're gonna be doing that, and I'm excited to get it done because it means we can then put in all 4 robots. And we're also gonna have to create 2 more behavior trees. Now, I did this last night. It didn't take too long for setting up the second robot. All it's going to involve is basically duplicating the existing robot for, I don't know, like the humanoid one, and just updating the code, because within the behavior tree, if I show you the behavior tree, if I was to copy this and just paste it, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare, because what we've essentially got is all of these different things, these codes they cast to a certain robot, a certain enemy in the game. So I do need to create 2 more, but that's not going to be a big job. But in here, where we've got the move to, you'll notice this filter class. So this is basically where it will check the nav query filter. So we're going to have to create those, and then that all of that logic where it uses the NavMesh, it will go by the data that robot is allowed to move within. So this is why I say it might be a little bit complicated, but it needs to be done. I don't care how long it takes, it's going to get done. So what I'm going to start off with is just get the sound effects out of the way. So I'm going to go into my audio SFX, and I'm going to do this one by one. So we're going to start with the robot spin attack. I don't know why it pops up another browser there. Robot spin attack is here. Why did that not play? So it basically plays a blade noise. So we're going to create a queue, and we're going to call it SQ robot spin attack. We're going to drop that into the queues folder. We're going to go in there, robot spin attack. I'll just give it underscores. And then we need to go on here and define it as the sound effects sound class. Okay. So we've got the sound cue there for robot spin attack. Now the code for the robot attacking is in here. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Okay, so in the existing code, where we're making the new robot spin and do the sparks, it basically does that for 2.5 seconds. And then after that time, it deactivates the spinning and the sparks. So what I can do is I can plug in the sound effects here. And then destroy it straight after that delay, because the sound effect itself is, I think it's 3 seconds. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's 3 seconds, whereas this is 2.5. So I don't need to do an attenuation setting, because this is only going to be happening when it touches the player, when it gets to the player's position. So if that robot's in pursuit and it gets to the player, this logic happens. So we can do a spawn sound 2D. If it was attacking someone else in the game, then we'd use attenuation settings, so you'd be able to hear it from a distance. But like I say, we're not doing that. So right. Right, so basically where we've got this here, we're not going to be playing that sound effects, because up here it plays the sound effects when the player's hit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unplug that, and then I'm going to move that here, and we're going to drop in the spin attack. Okay. Now it's got auto destroy there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to destroy it. So we're going to trigger it there. And then if we make this a little bit bigger. Welcome to the stream. We're going to move that down there. Move these along. Make room, make room. We're going to drag off of that pin and then just look for destroy. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause the stream music and we're going to see if that works. Okay. Okay. If I turn off the auto destroy, because the sound's still played. Okay. What other options do we have then? Stopping. Okay. So you see here, auto automatically cleaned up when the sound finishes by completing or stopping. So if I, instead of doing destroy, if I do stop. Okay, cool. It's pretty cool. I'm just going to see if I can slightly improve it. So let's do the modulator. Interesting. Oh my god, did I outrun it? Okay, so the problem with doing the pitch is it seems to... it seems to reduce the length of the clip. Oh, that's perfect. Just want to listen to that a few more times. That's perfect. Really like that. So just increasing the pitch by 1.2 makes it sound... just makes it sound a little bit better than the default, because the default made it sound a bit... well, it's a Foley sound effect from real life, so just changing the pitch makes it feel a bit more gamey. Gamified. Yeah. Okay. So that is winner, winner. That is the chicken dinner. Right. So that is sound effects for robot spin attack. Sound effects for robot spin attack. get that job off the list. Okay, so now I'm going to bring in the next sound effects, which is for the portal. Right, so when a creature goes to the portal, we update the codex, we do the game win check, and we destroy the actor, and we do this. So if we play the sound effects after we've destroyed the creature, so I'm going to give this an attenuation setting. I'm going to have it spawn at location. Cues, robot walk. Yep, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to basically copy the attenuation setting, even though the player has to guide the creature to the portal, and only when it goes through that barrier is when it will beeline directly towards the portal. So if the player was to run out once the creature's in there, we want that sound to still play. It doesn't feel right to just have the spawn sound without any attenuation settings. So that's what we're gonna do. So if I go into my robot, I think the robot has got an... He hasn't got a sound component. I don't think he does. No. That's the robot. Where? SQ robot walk. Interesting. So, attenuation. Interesting. So, I don't think there's any code anywhere, because in here we've got update walk speed as a function. There's nothing in the event graph. On the animation for the walking, we've got the sound effect playing twice, and then the sound effect itself has the attenuation setting of robot walk, which is how at a distance to that robot you'll hear the footsteps. So even though I'm not specifically saying spawn sound at location, it's still happening wherever that robot is. which is very interesting. Very interesting. That's very, very interesting. I'm baffled. Okay, so we're gonna put in the portal rescue. So I'm gonna go to my sound effects. We're gonna drop in portal rescue. Just a very simple portal sound. We're going to create a queue and call this SQ portal rescue. We're going to drop it into our queue folder. Portal rescue, and then we're going to give that the sound class, sound effects, and then we're going to create an attenuation setting for the portal. So I'm basically just going to copy the robot walk and paste, change the name. So I'm going to copy that and then call that portal rescue. And then in here we can drop in portal rescue. So then whenever that's played, it's going to have the attenuation settings, and we're going to want to spawn it at world location. So portal rescue. So we've got that in there. Just a nice little audio feedback. So when the creature's rescued, you get a nice little sound effects. I did want to do a little visual effects as well. Just like some kind of portal looking thing. And I know a way of how I could do that as well. Because you know how we've got these animated things here. I could literally create a texture. But I might just do a visual effects in Niagara. Just something very, very simple. Just like a little something, I don't know. But I'm not doing visual effects this stream. We need to get the NavMesh sorted. So, right. So we've got the sound effect there. So I'm going to close Portal Rescue. Sound effect, sound class, Portal Rescue. Right, so so it is going to get spawned. Now, I've already got the attenuation settings on the sound cue. So, I mean, what we could do, I guess, if we go in Portal Rescue. I wonder what happens if I drop that in, because you can see here we've got attenuation settings. If I just drop in Portal Rescue, it hasn't noticed that that Q already has attenuation settings. So if I just remove the attenuation setting there, and then if I just manually drop in Portal Rescue, auto destroy. So the location of the portal is 000, world center. So spawns at world center with the attenuation setting. So what we're going to do, we're going to make room. We're going to drop that bad boy in there. And then, like Moloko, we're going to bring it back, sing it back to me. We're going to see what happens when we rescue a little creature. Okay, I'm going to pause the game. Pause the stream music. Oh crap, I can't go in there anymore. I always use that as my testing ground. Because I put the robot in there, I can't go in there now. Are you joking? Is the robot in that room? He's just nicked the creature, the bastard. Okay, what I might do is make that sound effect a little bit louder. Where's the robot gone? Why is that still on? Better run, mate, before he spots you. That sounded quite good. This is actually quite scary having two robots now. Okay. Right. I think I'm happy with that sound effects playing there. So, sound effects for creature rescued. Sound effects for creature rescued. We can tick that one off. What I did notice though was that robot kind of spazzed out a little bit when the creature was there. Let me just have a look here. And also, thank you for the spam view, Abnormal. Appreciate it. With this logic here, we're only initiating the damage with the 1 second delay because that is in time with when the robot swings and attacks you. But with this one, we don't really need the delay. And I'll just show you that again. The damage is received. The damage is received like halfway through, so what I'm thinking might be good actually is if we were to basically, because it's a spinning blade attack, like let me just show you the other robot. Right, the other robot, he spots us. Watch. We receive damage when he hits us. He doesn't have a spinny attack. Okay? So, we need this other robot to deal 2 damage. But instead of it being, like, without a delay and just doing 2 damage straight on hit, it's like a 2.5 second spin attack. So what would be quite cool is if we just had 1 damage received straight away, and then after another second we get a second damage. So instead of that setting as 1 damage, we're going to do that. So we get 1 when we're hit, and then half of that delay would be 1.25. So if I said after 1.25 seconds, which is half of that, so if I copy and paste to that, and then if we move this along, did that. So we're saying the moment that it hits us, we receive 1 damage. And then after another 1.25 seconds, we receive another. So in total, it's doing the same amount of damage as the other robot. But it's just going to look a bit more lush. Let's see how that looks. Ready? That's really cool. I like that. Fuck me! Where did the other one come from? Dude! Oh mate, we're getting mullered. We're getting mullered! Oh my god, bro. Welcome to the stream, Skittles. I'm just testing damage. That looks cool. Game over. Okay. I'm tempted to have this robot deal 3 damage, you know. Because right, you get 1 hit, 2. I think I'm going to have it deal 3 damage. Don't hate the dev, hate the robot. That was so evil. Sorry. That was so funny. It just feels because he's got like metal spikes on the bottom and stuff. 1, 2, 3. The health regenerates 1 health cell every 15 seconds, so... And he is a fast robot. Like, the player has 20 health. And if they're good at avoiding the robot, their health's going to regenerate it. Like, he's not that hard to avoid. But if he sees you, the likelihood is he will catch you. He's got 750 movement speed during the chase player logic. So I'm actually happy with that, dealing 3 damage, that one. But the problem was, when a creature was in, it was jabbing out with the logic for that robot. So let me just... Right, so we've done the portal rescue sound effect. We've done the robot spin attack. There's still Gelatino morph. Just want to have a quick look at Robot B's behaviour tree. How are you doing, Skittles? Taste the rainbow. Okay. Let me just get a creature and just see what happens there and see what solution I can come up with quickly. Glad you're doing well, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Right, so if he spots me, he's going to go for me, but then if he spots the creature, he's focusing the creature. Wait, whoa, where's he going? Where's the creature gone? Oh, you've got the creature. Oh my god, dude! This robot's terrifying! Okay, let's have a look at sparks. Chase creature, chase player. We activate the charge if it's chasing the creature or the player. So we need the robot charge to be off. Because in the attack, I thought I put that in there. So if I just go... Right, if I get a creature, let him capture the creature, I think his charge attack is still going to be on afterwards. Because it's not getting turned off. Oh, it turned off there. That robot. Oh, fuck me. Oh, God. Jesus. Scary, guys. Right, so in the logic here, because I did notice, I need to... Right, what I need to do, I need to get a creature, and I need him to capture the creature, and what should happen is... Oh, his speed's gone off there. Interesting. Interesting. So if I go into the enemy controller, so the chase creature and chase player, we're turning it on. Ah, okay. So set creature captured deactivates. It turns it off. what I'm going to do, because I did notice it when... no, I'll tell you what. So we've got the sound effect in for the spin attack. I just want to hear that portal rescued sound effect again, guys. Just give me a minute. Okay. So I think this weight, I don't know if you guys noticed, but when I was just playtesting that, because of that weight, so if line of sight is both set, creature is set, then it should do that, and then just looking at the decorators here. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to zoom out here and I'm going to watch that tree. So I need to see... I need to watch the flow to figure out a solution. So we're going to get a creature and then we're going to bait that robot. So He's going to spot me. Right, now he's gone to the creature. Wait 2 seconds. Right, you see what's happening there? It's that weight. He's getting caught on the weight. He'll spot the creature and go for that, but then if he spots me, he'll go for me. So it's the weight that's jabbing out. Okay. I knew it would be that. And we can add a decorator to that. Okay, so... We don't want it to hop between the two. Because that's what was happening there. He was sighting me, then he was sighting the creature who was hopping between the two. And that weight. Instead of having the weight, because all that weight does, guys, is basically... you rotate, you chase the creature. So if we just had a delay on the chase creature and chase player, chase creature, chase player. I think that's the best thing to do. We'll see how that looks. So what I will do is I will unplug the weight. So it's 12, 13, 14. So that should go 12, 13. 12, 13. Yeah, we'll just unplug the weight. 22, 23. And we're going to put in the 2-second delay on here to see if that stops the bugginess. So basically, the reason for this 2-second delay, it's meant to be like a kind of charge thing from the robot. It's spotted the creature or the player, and then it's charging up its rocket engines, and then it goes for you. So that's the idea with that little rocket type effect. That's what I wanted to convey. So we'll see how the delay looks in here. I think that should work better. So if we just zoom back out here, if we save the behavior tree, we'll watch it there. So now what we need to do is bait the robot. So get a creature, bait the robot, and then make sure that he does what we want him to do. Oh shit. There we go. There we go. Do you see that, guys? Let's get another one. Right, he's sighted me, so now I'm going to run. And then he's sighted the creature. Now he's sighted me. Don't chase me, you're meant to go for the creature, mate. So he's putting the creature back in a box. Am I living in a box? Am I living in a cardboard box? Am I living in a box? Alright, he's... There we go. No, don't go for Gelatino, mate. Why have you gone for me? Let me just have a look here, guys. Let's think about this. So, feel like it needs a tiny bit of fine tuning. What I'm going to do, I am going to unplug the delay. I'm going to remove that delay altogether. I think that's just complicating things. Right, let me just take a quick bio break, guys. Right. The delay seems to have sorted it, but what I'm thinking is there must be a way that I can just make... I know I wasn't going to be doing enemy behavior trees, but because I'm implementing the sound effects, I just feel like we need to have something to say if it cites the player, because at the moment, if it spots Um, I think what would be good is if I can actually just watch this code here. I think that might be better. You know what? I'm going to leave it as it is. We've removed the delay. Let me just hold on a second. Because what's happening at the moment is the creature will go in the prison on overlap. So if the robot has focused the player, so where it senses both player and creature, if the behavior tree has been a bugger, sometimes it will go just for the player, even though it should prioritize the creature. So, just wondering. I mean, if I was to just unplug this one, I'm wondering if this is why it's messing up. Because I'm just going to see what happens if I just unplug that. Why did that jab out? I think it's that top logic. So if I bring the creature out, get sighted, and then run off. Oh, you bastard. There's basically a little bit of iffiness where it will, if it has both player and creature in its sights. Why is that? Oh, there we go. Big boys coming. Sorry, I know I wasn't going to be doing behaviour trees. I wonder if it's the line of sight timer, because that's only getting done down the bottom. No, that should be fine. Sorry, I'm a bloody perfectionist. That's the problem with me. I'm a perfectionist and I just can't let it go when it's a bit of an imperfection. So he's going for us, and if I move out of the way, he's gone for the creature. Now he's gone back to us. He shouldn't be going for us after he's got the creature in his sights. We need him to just go for the creature. Alright, he's got the creature. Sighted creature is set. Sighted creature is not set. Let me just go to a creature quickly. Because the creature should only go into prison when it's imprisoned. So... but we don't really want to do that on overlap. Because if the robot... if the robot has focused, is focusing a creature, Sorry, if the robot has creature and player and it decides to go for the player, we shouldn't then have the creature go in the prison bubble, because that's happening on overlap at the moment. So if we just, I'm going to close that. If we open up the controller, this is just fine tuning this a bit, guys. Okay. So what I'm thinking, to avoid the issue where on overlap it triggers the imprison, I'm thinking if we were to move this code basically from here, if we were to move this code, if we just bring up the robot's behavior tree, where we register the creature as captured, I think it's that is the blueprint, the behavior tree task where we should be triggering that imprisoning. So what I can do is I can do a custom event in the, to basically stop it from happening on overlap. I can just trigger, I can have a custom event in here called captured, and then that will basically do this. So we'd unplug it from the overlap. So on set creature captured, set creature captured, you deactivate the charge, set the creature as captured, and then if I just made room, make room, if we had a custom event called captured, what's the relevance of enemy target? There we go. Set enemy target. So the imprison event will basically be setting the enemy target, and then within the behavior tree it moves to that enemy target. So what we need to do is, alright, give me one sec. What we'll do is we'll just create this. Okay, so this is for Bear Coon. So I copy this. I'm just going to basically do a copy and paste job, leaving that in there. And if I just disconnect it, so that's not going to happen. The captured custom event is going to do all of that for me. But we need to make sure that before we do this, we are setting the target. Okay. So under Bear Coon, the captured logic, we're now going to go into this one and actually, no, tell a lie. No, we can have that first bit being done. We can have, yeah. We can have that needs to be done. We can leave that in there. We leave the setting the enemy target on. So then all we need to do is bloody hell, so many trees here. I really didn't think I'd be doing this. Set creature actor. So you want to find out what blackboard key creature actor is there. So if we go to the controller, creature target, there we go. Creature target. So you want to get creature target from the controller. You want to get the creature target. So we're gonna because that's not on get creature target. So get actor of class, and this is gonna be enemy B, controller, get creature target, and then you want to say get tag, get actor has tag, and then you'll say, like, if we go in here and click on tag, you see the name. So we'll say if it has the name Bear Coon, then what we do is we cast to Bear Coon and trigger the captured event, which in turn triggers the imprison. So you want to cast. So what we need to do, we need to go into each creature, unplug this, and trigger the captured event, which does all of that. And that would explain why the overlap kept spazzing out, and spamming the radar when it shouldn't have. Oh god, sorry guys, I've just realised I didn't click the live stream. Oh my god, I'm sorry. What a pillock. I didn't even realise I had the stream still stuck on Be Right Back. Sorry guys. Jesus. Right, if it's true, cast, get actor of class. Bear Coon. And then you'd basically repeat this 3 more times, sorry. Right, we haven't put in the code just yet for that. Right, so basically we're making a custom event, copying that, putting it in a captured. So compile save. So now if I come off of that behavior tree, we're going to open up the other creatures. So for Gakanda, custom event, captured, unplug that. I mean, to be fair, I have just copied all of that, so what I could do is just get rid of that. Going as quick as I can here, guys, because I want to get onto the NavMesh. Right, so now the prison effect only happens when the behaviour tree reaches the bottom, when the robot's got the creature. Ugh. So, yeah, that should work nicely. And then if I just mirror this for robot A, set creature. basically the creature should only go Wait, where's the creature gone? Has he already put it back? Have I just... I just fucked up the logic there. Right, so the creature still followed me. Why is it struggling to read that? Fucking hell, I did not want to be working in here today. Perceive the actor. Oh, I see. We need to set it here as well. It's only getting set up the top there. Let's go get another one. There we go. Getting smashed, bro. Right. I'm almost done with fine-tuning this. Just give me a minute, guys. I am sorry, as I wanted to be on the NavMesh. waiting for that robot to pass. Okay. Thanks for the spam view, Improbable. Um, Right, so one thing I noticed with this is if if the creature, if the robot decides to attack the player, and then it senses there's a creature, it will perform its spinning move attack and move towards the creature, even though it shouldn't do. I'll just show that again. Damn, this gives you a headache with all the windows open, all the tabs. God, behaviour trees are so sodding complicated, guys. So, Pop some units quickly. We are literally almost ready to hop into the NavMesh. I just have to fine tune this because it works well, but just needs a tiny tweak. So it shouldn't move towards the creature. Okay, do you remember I had the weights in here? If I put the weight for that inside Robot B damage player, let's see if that works a bit better. So when he's attacking, after 2.5 seconds, we say it's done. That should fix the problem. Where if he's attacking me, hey Ace, if he's attacking me, and then goes for the creature, welcome to the stream, Ace. How you doing, bro? Just doing some bug fixing here. Nice, dude. Thank you, bro. It's been a hell of a lot of work. I'm not even joking. Behaviour trees are so... There's a lot of code that's gone into this. It's been difficult. Why is this rocket thing on? Right, the radar's jabbing out there. Deal damage to player. You wait 2.5 seconds before we... We need something here. $25, $26, $27. Give me a sec, dude. There's so much going on in my head with this. I'm just fine-tuning the robot, this new robot. I've already put in a load of sound effects. I've got one more to put in for Gelatino, and then I'm going to be sorting out the NavMesh for controlling the robots. I'm just trying to get this sorted. So that's a cooldown. Tag cooldown. We don't need that. Oh, let me have a read your comments, dude. I'll do my best, mate. It's fairly straightforward if you've got animations. You just set the animations. You trigger the animation component of the mesh. Sorry, give me a minute, bro. Wait 2.5 seconds. We need to delay it when it's attacking the player. when it's dealt damage to the player, you wait and then you do that. So why is it being a bastard? Why is it going after? It shouldn't be moving when it's doing the attacking. It should do its attacking animation. It's gonna come for me. Right, it's gone for him. Oh. Yeah, possibly. Possibly, bro. Right, you know what I'm going to do? I don't want to spend any more time in the behaviour tree. I'm going to leave that as it is. We've got all that in there. So this is robot B. So in the set creature captured, we'll need to mirror this code for this one. And then in a controller of A, we need to go into the other robot to make sure this is doing the same. Enemy A controller. God, I've got so much stuff in this game. Right, enemy A controller. What we need to do is do this. Set creature target on the second part here. So, after the clear and invalidate, we're setting the creature target. So, if I move these up, set creature target. Do that. So, enemy B controller set creature target is done. Enemy A set creature target is done there. Okay, so I can come out of that controller and that controller, and then we robot A set creature captured. So robot B, we turn off the speed boost. We turn off the speed boost. We set the key. Key. Right, so the bit we need to add in here is setting the enemy target. So if I just zoom out, you can see the difference there. So in here we've got if actor captured, if actor set and then captured. So we need to, this is only relevant for robot B, so set the key, get the actor of class, set the key, actor of class. So we need to do this middle section, set enemy target, and that's going to be the controlled pawn. So I'm not looking at chat at the minute, guys. Just give me a moment. I just need to get this done. Just give me a minute. So we're going to be setting the enemy target in here. Bring that back. Moloko. Bring it back. Bring it back. Sing it back to me. And then we're going to plug enemy target into controlled pawn. Because as you can see, that's what's happening. We're getting a controlled pawn. And it just goes into the enemy target input. So now, ugh, that's a pain in the ass. Bring it back to me. I can't sing for shit, dude. But I have moments where, like, you know, when you just want to sing a random melody. So now we connect that in. Okay. Compile, save. So now Robot B and Robot A are working. So if we just test this with the robot in here, the logic should work nicely. So we're just going to get aggro the robot if we can. There we go, he's got me. Why are you not going for Gelatino, dude? Go for Gelatino. Get the creature, bro. Okay, so the radar jabs out a little bit. I do it all the time, randomly. Just, you know, when you're just doing stuff and then you have a little tune come into your head and you have this urge to just sing it. Right, so I believe we've improved the logic there for if a creature is captured. I need to kind of loot something without being getting caught. I need him to turn his back. He's gonna see me! He's gonna see me, dude! Woo! Sorry. Where's he gone? Right, he's going... Don't go in there, bro. Right, come for me and then go for Gelatino. Go for Gelatino, you shitbag. Oh, I love it so much. Oh my god. Sorry, Gelatino. You got caught, bro. Okay. Alright. I freaking love that robot. He's so cool. Okay, so the logic there has been done. I've mirrored it from Robot A to Robot B. it's an improvement to the way, because before what was happening is on the creature at this stage here, I was saying if the creature overlaps with a robot, then we put it in the prison. But that shouldn't be happening, because if the robot focuses the AI perception, if it spots both player and creature, it might choose to go for the player instead of the creature. And in that case, what was happening beforehand was it would pass over the creature, put it in the prison, even though it's not actually captured, and the creature would follow the robot. So what I've done here is I've fixed that, and I've said, okay, only put the creature in the prison as and when the behavior tree down here, where we deal damage to the player, in here, no, sorry, in the set player immunity. Oh my god, where was it? Where did I just do that? Where did I just put all that work? What the fudge? What behavior tree task was that? Oh, that was, sorry. Set creature captured. Yeah. In there. So basically, when it chases the creature here, face the creature, chase it, move to it, and then we do that. So beforehand, it was doing it through the overlap over here, but now it's doing it at the correct stage of the behavior tree. So it's saying when we get to the creature's location, trigger all of this. So that's behavior tree task, set creature captured. So it does it all now correctly. So I think we can now just leave this for the time being. I'm sorry I had to do that, but it needed a little bit of fine tuning. So there's still a tiny little issue. It's a very minor bug. And it's with the radar. So I'll just show you. It's not a major bug at all. It's just a very small one. Is the IA of the robot? The behavior tree is a... Think of it as... There we go. Look, it's got it. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I think I'm going to move on from the behavior tree. So what the behavior tree is, Ace, it's essentially, you see here, I'm in a blueprint at the moment. And you know how blueprints have the code flowing left to right. The logic goes from left to right. You have events and things, and then it just goes right. A behavior tree is very similar. It is like a blueprint, but instead of the code going left to right, the behavior tree basically goes from top to bottom. So you have these events, these things in purple are either parts of the behavior tree, or like here you can see there, BTT robot B find container. That is a custom behavior tree task I've created. So they're very similar to blueprints, and once you get your head around how they work, it becomes second nature. You just understand it. But one important thing to note is that with the behavior trees, it prioritizes left to right. So even though your structure of logic goes top to bottom, they have numbers on them. So you see how we've got 3, 4, 5. If I move this left, this would become 3, that would become 4. You see that? So things have to be, you have to bear that in mind when you're doing behavior trees. But this is essentially the brain. The behavior tree is the brain of the robot. You create a controller for your enemy, and then then you create a blackboard and then a behavior tree, And this is essentially the brain for the AI. And in here, like you see how I've got the patrol logic. This is the chase the player, chase the creature, and return the creature. And then you have these blue boxes which are called decorators, which essentially are conditions to be met in order to follow through with that logic. So I hope that wasn't too much information for you, but that is what a behaviour tree is. At the core, just the brain of the enemies or the AI. It's a thing I made. Let me just hold on. 1 second. Bear with me 1 second. What were you asking? BTT find random container. Okay, I'll show you that. So for this robot, find random container. So this is a behavior tree. This is called a behavior tree task, and this is a blueprint. And in here, you put in your logic. So you see here, event receive execute AI. You then put in all the logic you want, and then at the end you need to have a finish execute. So this is a blueprint, with the parent being blueprint BTT task. I just need to do something quickly. I'm just going to go into my creatures. Let's get my creatures up. Gelatino. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to temporarily, because I don't think I need this anymore, and I just have a concern. No, I don't have a concern, actually. I just know that the robots are going to be confined to areas, so I'm just tidying up my code. So I'm just going to unplug this, that, and that, because we're not setting the enemy target there anymore. It's happening in the other thing. So let me just get a creature, feed it to the robot. XD! Smiley face. Bro, go for the creature! Yeah, see that radar blip? We need to fix that. Okay, so I can delete this. Right, so in Bearcoon, we're gonna get rid of that. We're going to get rid of, we're going to plug that directly into there. And then other component hashtag portal. Plug that in there, get rid of that. Compile, save, get rid of that. Plug that straight into there, get rid of that. And then we'll just capture, we'll rescue one creature, check that works, it should work, no problem. And then we will get on to the NavMesh. Okay, so I've just done that, so now I just need to quickly test it. I just need to get a creature. No, Gelatino is just one of the 4 creatures. This is Bear Coon. Oh my god! His tail looks like a cock. Watch. What the fuck? I've never noticed that before. It looks like he's got a danger. Watch. Oh my god, dude. He looks like he's got his cock hanging out. Oh my god. That's hilarious. I've never noticed that before. There is no... Look, I'll show you his model. No, wrong one. He doesn't have a cock. Like... It's his tail. Just when he was walking. That's so funny. So funny. Oh my god, dude. Right, we'll tidy this up. Compile, save all. I wonder what grade I'm going to get for this game. I feel like it's worthy. My medieval RPG game I made was... I got 90% for that. This one, I've modelled everything myself. Everything is my own work. The only stuff that isn't is the audio. I feel like I'll get a good grade for this. I was going to enter it into a competition coming up in June as well. For design excellence. I mean, I think it's pretty good. I don't know how it would fare against other competition, but I feel like I've got a really cool game here. Right, so what have we got? We don't need... Why have I got the portal open? Oh, because that was playing the sound. Right, let's quickly... There is one thing I need to do, guys. It is to bring in one more sound effect for Gelatino morphing. So when Gelatino morphs, he's the only creature that when the player... Each creature has lose player logic. So if the player exceeds the distance from creature to player, the creature's retreat logic kicks in. And Gelatino is the only creature that will morph into a nearby container and move around, kind of camouflaging himself. And I've got a sound effect for that. It's a very simple pop, like this noise. If I just play it. Just a little pop. So I've brought in the robot spin attack. I've got 2 UI sound effects to bring in. I've done the portal rescue. Portal rescue. So I'm going to bring in Gelatino morph. Because I just need to get this sound effect in. Set creature tagged enemy control. Done that. Right. Sorry, I've got so many notes for this project. Right, Gelatino morph. We're bringing that into SFX. Yeah. Right, so now we're going to create a queue. Of course, SQ. Gelatino morph. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers! Where is it? Gelatino morph. We're going to set the sound class to SFX. We're going to pause the stream music. Okay. Well, that sounds funny. 0.7. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do a attenuation setting for this one. Yeah, we'll do attenuation setting. So that's correctly set. The morph is set to sound class there. So if I go into my attenuation settings, if I just copy Portal Rescue and then label this as Gelatino Morph, what this will do is it will control the sound. So if I'm not near the creature, the distance I am to the creature, the sound will be either louder or quieter. That's what the attenuation setting does. So I'm not going to put it on here. I'm gonna close that. We're gonna go into right, give me 1 second here. Right, he's the only person where when he's captured, we're setting the mesh on. Because basically, with Gelatino, if you're escorting the creature and you haven't lost him, he's going to be in his normal creature form. If you've lost him and a robot finds him, the robot's going to find him in his morphed form. So what this logic here does is it makes sure that whenever he's captured, we change his mesh back on. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have a little bit of logic added in here where we're going to check and say, is his mesh on and the static mesh is off? And if that condition is true, then we'll play the sound effect. We'll do that logic and then do that as well. So yeah, let me just test this. So what we need to do, we've got the sound effect. Let me just plug in the sound effect. So this is the last sound effect I need to do, and then I'll import the UI sound effects in preparation, because once I've done the NavMesh I need to do, I'm going to stop for food, and then I'm going to come back and spend about 5 hours doing all the main menus and everything. So just give me one. Oh my god, give me 1 second. Okay. So it's at this stage here. So this is Gelatino's logic for morphing into a shape of a container when he's lost the player. So where we're setting the static mesh, directly after that we'll play the sound effect. So I'm going to do spawn sound 2D, no, spawn sound at location, and we're going to get so this is where it's going to be spawned, and then the sound to spawn is Gelatino Morph, and the attenuation setting Gelatino Morph. Okay, so then we're going to plug that in there, that in there, and this needs to go into that point instead of up there. So basically this is a safety net. Gelatino's code will scan local area of, like, I think it's 2,000 points to him. If it doesn't find any illegible actors, this is like a safety measure to make sure that he does morph into something. So after either things are setting the mesh, we're going to play that sound effect. Okay, we're going to compile save, and then over here we're going to add the logic, which is going to do a check, and we're going to basically get visibility. Ooh. Is visible, there we go. So we're checking. Actually, no, all we need to do a check. Okay, Ace, thank you for joining in, dude. It's been good having you with me, mate. And if you tune back in later, you'll see all the NavMesh stuff. I've just got a little bit sidetracked with the behaviour tree and just smoothing it out a little bit. Thank you for the words of motivation, bro. Take care, bro. Much love, and I'll speak to you soon. You too, bro. Okay, so what we're doing, when Gelatino is captured, we're going to do a check to see, is Gelatino's mesh visible? If it's not visible, if it is visible, so hold on a minute. So if his character mesh, as in the normal creature form, if that is visible, then we're going to go straight into turning the prison on. If it's not visible, we're going to do this. Let's just make that a little bit bigger. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna bring that down. Ugh. So if the mesh is visible, go straight to turning the prison on and doing that. If it's not visible, we do that, and then we need to trigger that as well. Okay, so now we're just going to play test and check that the sound plays. So I'm going to pause the stream music, and we're going to run into what should be a safe-ish area. And we're going to... Are you freaking joking me, bro? Are you joking? What a shitbag. That robot is a bastard. Alright. Right, we need Gelatino. Fuck me, this robot. Are you joking, dude? That robot is an arse. My God. Oh, I need Gelatino. Right, now we can test. So we just need a visual effect for when he changes shape. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, so yeah, it'd be good to have like a little something. I was thinking of doing like a little timeline that just scales the mesh. So essentially it will over here in the in the control, no, this one. There basically be a timeline that will scale yeah, it will I don't know, it's just something I wanted to do, a little polish, a tiny bit of polish, because at the moment he just changes into the prop, but having it kind of maybe scale from the prop he was in into the new container, I just thought that would look quite cool. So but that's a polish thing. That's a polish thing. I don't need to do that now. What we need to do is we basically need to sort out the NavMesh. Okay, so I'm going to actually boil the kettle, guys, because this is going to be... It's going to be a bit full on. Let me boil the kettle. I will be right back. BRB, baby! Tell you what, guys, it's a little bit chilly today. Chilly! Just give me 1 second and we'll jump straight back into it. Okay, so this is where it's going to get interesting. Okay, so at the moment we have we've got the 2 robots, okay? And we've got 1 NavMesh. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a a folder in here and call this bounds volume. So that is basically the NavMesh for the area, right? What I'm going to do, I'm actually going to move. I'm going to move that into there. Oh. Jesus. Okay. I now need to get up my oh, 1 second. I was going to have items highlight when the players touch them. I've done that in previous games. I don't feel like I want to do that for this one though. I'm not gonna do the highlight on lootables. I'm gonna remove that. That was a plan, but I'm gonna get rid of that. Okay. Right, so remaining jobs, sort the NavMesh. So if I get up the image. Right, so this is the image that outlines the areas. So we basically need to, at the moment, we've got a robot in maintenance and a robot in the office. I feel like I'm going to move that one actually. I'm going to have him in science lab. Yeah, I'm going to keep that one there. Right, so I've not done what I'm about to do before, so you will have to bear with me. I've already got the NavMesh in. So, and I know the areas. So basically this robot is going to be confined to essentially, if we go by the grid, where this line is, we're going to confine him to that section. So we need to create a navigation area. So we have enemy character A to the right. So the player starts facing science. Let me just get the player start. There we go. Okay. Do we have a I don't think we do have a NavMesh. Okay, let's do a new folder and we'll call this navigation. Where is it going to be? I need to just quickly check this. I don't know which one it's going to be. Okay, so I'm picking nav area. I'm going to call this nav area. This is going to be we'll call this nav area enemy A. Okay. So I'm guessing what we do is when we put in nav area enemy A. So if I just quickly open up the robot, for example. Filter class. That's not compatible. I think I've got the wrong the wrong thing there. I think it would be that one. There we go. Alright, this could take some time, guys. I've not done this. What I'm doing now, I've not done before. We're basically gonna create the contained space for that robot. So we're just gonna go with it and see how we do. Right, so I'm gonna create a new subfolder and call this modifier volumes, and then we'll do enemy A. Right. So if I drop that in there. Interesting. Bear with me, guys. Alright, I'm just reading up some documentation here, guys. Just bear with me. Oh, here we go. Custom navigation areas and query filters quick start. Creating, right, so I'm following the official Unreal documentation here. The objective, create 3 custom area classes to use with the navigation modifier volumes. Create 2 navigation query filters to be used by agents. Go to okay, I'm just gonna delete what I've done. I'm just gonna follow this Unreal documentation. Right, so nav modifier volume. Boom. Right, so search for nav modifier volume, done that. Drag it in. Right, so in the content drawer, blueprint class, nav area, select nav area, so just that one, nav area, select. Right, so it's saying in here, you can change the default cost, fixed area entering cost, Why have I got that behavior? Oh, yeah. Okay. So we've given that a blue colour. We've compiled and saved it. And then we select the nav modifier volume on the details panel. Ah, there we go. Right, now it's showing up. So click the area class drop down and select what I've just done, yeah. Duplicate the nav modifier volume and follow the steps above to change the area class. Right, okay. Why is that showing up as green? Like, we've changed the colour there. Let me just read through this. So if I was to go on here now, it's not showing as a drop down on the filter class. Why is that not going blue when I'm putting that in? Right. Okay, so the nav modifier has the area class. Okay. Right, next is... doing what I think we need. So, in the content drawer... pick the parent class, go to all classes, search for navigation query filter. Okay, so BP query filter enemy A. Actually, you know what? I'm going to remove the enemy bit because it's getting a bit long. Okay. Open that up. And then open it up. Add next to areas section. Click the drop down. Next to area class. Select nav A. Enter the travel cost override. Enable the travel cost override. I don't think I need to do that. Because we don't want to allow it to just hop between nav areas. We just want to say query this area. I'm just going to follow what it's telling me to do. So in Unreal's documentation, it basically has one central area, then it has 2 lanes. But I'm not doing lanes, I'm just doing one big area. Okay. Right, I see. So we don't change the capsule component because that acts as a NavMesh obstacle. Okay. Alright. That is actually a fairly straightforward guide from Unreal's official documentation. So basically what we've got we've got a filter here which includes nav area A, and nav area A is basically the nav area class, and then the filter is selecting that nav area. So then query filter A, I should be able to click on here, query filter A. So where it moves, it's going to check that area, not just anywhere. So I feel like I've got this. So what we're going to do, this NavMesh is that in line? No, it's ever so slightly down. So that's 52, 52. Okay. Okay. Right, so we're just going to see how this works, guys. I don't think this is going to be a huge task. So what we... Right, let me get up my image. Right, so this robot is confined. So I'm going to put that in there. So we're going to scale that to 2. $12 looks good. So basically, if I just move this down, we basically it goes up to, hold on, we're in maintenance, aren't we? So that should, we don't want him going through the door. So if we have it just there, and then we know if we did Y, that's dead center. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, so that is that will cover all of the floor. If we go 20, 21, 22. Okay, so that covers just outside, yeah. So that covers... Oh, what have I just done there? So that covers... Is that covering inside the ship as well? I think that is covering, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that part of NavMesh A covers basically up to the door. As you can see. That covers just up to the door. So then what we're going to do is if we copy and paste that and then scale it down to 1 and did 1, we then want to move this one here, so where that boundary of that one goes to, we're just going to bring this straight through to this middle section. Now if you look at my map here, we've done that boundary there. This one just goes straight from that to there. So I think 1 1. Make that 2. And if I made that 3, oh, 3 is actually, yeah, okay. I'm just going to have it overlap the other one, guys, because we need it to be able to be... Like, if there was the slightest gap there, it probably wouldn't link up. So, let's make this... I think 5 will be big enough. It basically needs to go up to... like, literally there. And it can't go beyond the portal. Okay, so you can see there, there's the smallest gap. So if I did 6 and then just brought that, so that is dead in line with the portal there, and you can see there that this volume is overlapping with the other one. So in here we're saying area class NavMesh A, and then in this one, oh, because we've already copied it, it's retained that information. Okay, so we've now got a defined area for robot A. So what I'm going to do now that we've got those 2 volumes in, we're basically going to see how this will work with the logic. So we know that it's the query filter is NavMesh A. So the creatures I'm allowing to roam anywhere, but let's have a look at the behavior tree. So on here, with that, it's basically just the move to. So on the move to, where it's picking a target location, let's just test this out. So let's look at all 3 trees, 4 branches, sorry. So find random patrol. We would need to make sure that the class is being picked. I'm excited to see if this works. It's seeming like it's not as complicated as I thought it would be, which is relieving. A relief, sorry, not relieving. Right, so we don't need to worry about this. We need to go to the robot A, find random patrol. So random, find random patrol. And so we're doing this bit here, find random patrol. So in the patrol location, yeah, so in here, the filter class, we need to say get a random reachable point within area A. Yeah? So it's querying area A and saying pick an area within that sector. Save that. So that is that part done. And then move to patrol location. I'll just put it in there. I don't feel like I need to because we know that that's already going to be navigable. Okay, so that's that one. So let's go to the player one. So not the play animation. Not that, it's the move to. Because the chase player, all this does is update the walk speed. So we want to go on here and basically choose filter class query A. And then that, and that. Okay. And then on here, same here. Query that. The chase creature is just updating the speed. Do that. And then the move to target location should be query filter A. And then on here, we need to go into find random container. That one. And we set that there. So now, if I compile and save, and just save that, all of the parts where I can specify the nav area query. So whenever it's like, its brain is picking an area to move to, it's querying it by the filter A. And the filter A includes nav area A, which is these areas where we've applied the area class to it. So now, if I go build and build paths, if I was to just simulate, and if I just hide the ceiling and click on him and do I forgot the hotkeys for Hold on, mate. You're not meant to come through here. No, no, no. It can't be this difficult, surely. Okay, I'm gonna... Query filter A, which is here. Let's see what happens if I do nav area default, so nav area A, if I add and choose that and then do zero on there. See if that makes a change. Oh! Oh! Oh my god. It's actually gone blue. Oh my god, it's actually changed colour. Interesting. Let's see if he will... Oh, you're a shitbag. Interesting. So there's no cost for entering it. I feel like I'm like almost there, guys. I've not done this before, so I'm just... We've got the area. We can see the area this robot should be allowed to roam in. I just need to stop it from going into... Okay, this is really interesting. It's really good documentation by Unreal. Right, so nav modifier volume. What settings do we have on here? Let's just have a look through. Are you joking me, bro? Oh, fuck. I'm getting smashed. What are these flags? So query filter A will query that. This is really, really tricky. Oh, you're such a shitbag. It can't be this difficult. Got the areas. I feel like once this is figured out, it's going to be beautiful, but I'm struggling here, guys. If anyone's got experience with this, drop a comment. I've got the area there. We've got the 2 volume modifiers for that robot. Once I've got this done, I can move on and get all the UI done. This is so fucking annoying. Area class. Where's my enemy character blueprint gone? I've put all of the queries in there, so hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I think. Okay. All right. I think I might know what's happening here. Where we've got the query filter, if we put in the other nav meshes and then add those to here and click is excluded, that should mean it stops them going in there. Let's see if that works. I have a feeling it might. I'm just wondering if I should bring that back a little bit. If I did... There we go. Okay, I think this is going to work. I think. I hope. Oh, I hope actually. I don't know. I'm hoping. Right. So if I close that and close that. So what we need to do is basically, if I create a new folder for enemy B. This enemy NavMesh modify volume. So what we're going to do, we're going to go into navigation, we're going to copy these and I'm going to call this nav B, and then this can be B. So in here, I'm going to give it the colour of, I don't know, yellow. Okay, we'll close that. And then drop that in. That needs to be 0. And then we're choosing NavMesh B. So this one okay, go 14, and then I'm going to move it, move it there. Why is it saying it can navigate inside the bloody plant thing? No, you can't get in there, mate. Right, so with this NavMesh, it's a tiny bit trickier. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do the area up here. Okay, so that encompasses all that area. It's a little bit annoying because I've selected NavMesh B. If I did A, it goes blue. If I go B, okay. So nav modifier 3 goes in there. So area class nav B. And this one is going to be a bit of a weird shape. So if I move it there and do 5, 6, 7, 8. That basically covers that section, and then we need to do that whole corridor. So I'm going to copy, and then we'll scale that back down to that. Move that, so it's basically central. Make it 2 on the Y, and then 5. No, 5. Right, it needs to be 3 on the Y. There we go. Interesting. Why is that one overlapping ever so slightly? Just going to move that one back a tad. Shouldn't be coming out of that door. There we go. Perfect. So then we'll get this one and scale it down to 11. So that needs to be more like 12. Let's try 11.5. Perfect. Look at that. Perfect. Okay, and then if we dupe that and then bring it down, we can scale that down to say 6 maybe, so 8. Do 8. Move it across to about there. That looks good. And then this one needs to basically just be there. Okay. And then if we zoom out, you can actually see, guys, my image. If I just move this over here, you can see my original image there. So we've selected those areas for A and B. So what I'm thinking will happen now, if I just save all, if I was to why is that being closed, dude? Nav A, Nav B. Right. So on the query filters, so for A, we don't want to go into yellow. So if I said for A, I'm going to select B and I'm going to exclude it, which should hopefully mean if we baited the robot from this blue area to this yellow area, he shouldn't follow us. So query filter A excludes B. Let's see if that works. So we need to bait him. Over here, mate. Oh my god! It worked! Did you see that, guys? No fucking way. Oh my god. I've done it. I've done it! Woohoo! Yeah, baby! Let's try and bait him again. Over here, mate. Follow me. Get to the door. We go out of the area and it excludes it. Fuck yes! We've got it. So Unreal's official documentation was helpful, but it didn't really easily. I was following the guide. The documentation, the official documentation, basically had a test area with like 3 lanes and how the actor would hop between and pick one of those lanes. But what I'm after is basically defining areas for each robot and then saying you can't come in here. So my solution to that was in the query filter, we're basically excluding. So this is for query filter A, and A is the blue area. So we're basically saying on a query, when this query's run, we're excluding navigation B, which is yellow. So it won't enter yellow. So when we put in the rest of the navigation, it's basically not gonna chase us. I'm super happy with that. So now what we can do, I should be able to replicate that. I'm excited now. I'm so fucking excited. This is awesome. This is so cool. Right. This is fun. Right, what am I doing? So, I don't need that behaviour tree up at the moment. So we've got enemy B. So 2. Now, because this is a fairly symmetrical level, I should be able to just kind of copy this, move it over there. So I'm going to copy these ones, call this C, and C. Go on here. Open blueprint. I'm going to set that to 1. Compile, save, and then put it back to 0. Compile, save. And we're going to give this... God, I don't know. What colour should we do? Let's do purple. Okay. So nav C is purple. And then filter C is up here. Okay. So let's... oh my god. Right. So we've got A, B. I'll tell you what, if we do the office as C, so it goes A, B, C, and D. So I'm going to make a new folder and call this enemy C. And then I'm gonna copy those. And then I'm gonna move them into C. I'm gonna give those area class C and C. And then if I was to rotate 180 and then move over. Why did that not work? Why did that not work? Okay, no biggie. Right, it has actually got a bit of a larger area at the back, but all we need to do with this... Oh, that's interesting. How's that happen then? How's that happened? How have I done that? You see the 3 doors along here? These ones are perfectly aligned. But the maintenance area is slightly off. It's all symmetrical, but it's just... I think it's where I made the maintenance area. This section here is a bit more outwards. But the corridors are the same length. Yeah, it's this bit. It's this extra section here. No, no worries. Sorry, I'm going to stop waffling. Okay. Oh, this music is so good, guys. It's motivation music. Perfect. And then if we just check over here, you can see there's a tiny lip. There's a tiny lip, but I'm not going to worry about that. That's the tiniest sliver. Look, and it's right by the door. So I'm not going to worry about that bit. Now we're going to get this one and move that. Whoa. Oh, mama. We're going to move this one. Just a smidge. Perfect. There we go. Blue, yellow, and call that magenta. Right. So we've got the 2 modifiers there. close that one. And what I'll do, once I've done the fourth area, I will go into the query filters. And we will... the query filters. Sorry, there's so much going through my head because, as I mentioned earlier or last night, I currently have 2 robots, but all of their code in the behavior tree tasks, it focuses that specific actor. So BP enemy A, BP enemy B. So I have to create 2 additional actors so that it all works. It's not going to be a big job at all, but this is doing exactly what I need it to. Whoa, fudge cake! What did I just do there? Sorry, I clicked onto my other monitor. Right, what we doing, Mike? What we doing, mate? We are going to create another thing. So that's nav C, nav C. All of that is nav B. That's nav A. So essentially, if I just copy these modifier volumes and just move them over here, because it is symmetrical, that should hopefully work. So let's do another one. So I'm going to do modifier volume, and this is going to be enemy D. We're going to copy those, and I'm going to move those into D. And then the area class is going to be... I've not done that yet. Copy those. D. Yeah. What colour shall we go for, guys? What colour? We've got blue, yellow, purple. I guess go for that. It's a bit lurid. It's a bit lurid. Okay. Compile, save, and then if I go back into here and set that to D, and then if I move these across, get this one. So this one was for over here. Ooh. Like a glove. I watched Ace Ventura the other day. Like a glove. Oh my god. There we go. Okay. I just want to check if this one overlaps. It shouldn't do. Okay. And then we get the lung bit. That bit goes between the two, I think. Yes, it does. Okay, so that goes basically on the inside. Like, if we do that about there. And then... oh, that one was the corridor. My level's so colourful now. Right, so... there we go. Yeah, I don't mind that tiny... remember we had a tiny green sliver in the other area. It's right by the door, so I'm not bothered about that. Okay, and then we just need to get this big boy. That's covering all of it. We just need to extend on the Y. So if I go 11, go 12. And just because I know it's, I'm just going to make it 15, 16. Okay, so we've now got all 4 areas. Oh, you know what would have been good? I've colour-coded all the areas. Science is green, office yellow, maintenance copper. I might just quickly do that, just because that is the colour of those areas. Give me a sec, guys. Why did I... such a pillock. So A is the copper, which is like bronze. Compile, save. If I did 1 and then compile, save, and then do 0, then it annoyingly it shows up in colour. Science was green, so that was nav A. Nav B is that one, and that's green. So nav B. It's more like that. So do that, compile, save, and then 0, compile, save. And then offices was yellow. So if I go 1 and then compile, save, put that back to 0, compile, save, lovely. And then atrium was blue. Give it that colour. Compile, save, and then 0, compile, save. There we go. So we've basically got the 4 whole areas, and if I just zoom, and if I just show you this, you can see there I've now got all of my areas defined. So we've got the boundaries set for the robots. Oh my god, that's so fucking awesome seeing that work, guys. Really, really, really cool. So let's... what do we need to do? So that's got D. So now that we've got the colours correct for the areas, I'm going to minimise those. I'm going to save all. And then we're going to close that one. We're going to... Actually, hold on. Yeah. Okay, so now what we're going to do, in filter A, we're going to be adding the other NavMesh areas. So we're excluding those. Which means the one that's not excluded is the area that that robot will be able to move around in. So we're excluding B... No. C... Exclude, add another one, and this is D, exclude. So we'll set that to 0. Okay, so exclude B, C, and D from A. And then on B, we're going to exclude A, exclude C, exclude D. A, C, D. And then C is going to be exclude A. Exclude A, exclude B. A, B, and D. Fuck. Oh my god, I've been going 5 hours. Over 5 hours, Jesus. What was I doing? I know I did sound effects at the start, then I had some tweaking on the behaviour trees, which I didn't intend to do, but it needed doing. And then we've figured out the NavMesh, which I honestly thought would be a lot bigger job than this. Admittedly, it was a little bit tricky, but once I figured out this way, where we're just excluding areas, it's working as intended. So it's all gravy, baby. So on C, we're excluding A, B, and D. And then on D, we're excluding A. Okay, so let's check this. So A, A is excluding B, C, D. B is excluding A, C, D. A, C, D. A, D, A, D, C. A, C, D, C. A, C, D, C. You know the band. Sorry, I entertain myself. Don't need stand up when I got myself. So A excludes B, C, D. B excludes A, C, D. C excludes A, B, D. And then D excludes A, B, C. Okay, so now we can test this. I haven't gone into the brain for enemy B, but what we can test is we have the blue and the green area. So if I bait this robot over here, I know already that he won't follow me if I enter there, but we want to bring him into this area and test this blue bit and then this blue bit. Moment of truth, my pedigree chums. Let's go. Come at me, bro. Oh, you can't get me now, can you, mate? You can't get me now, can you? Unlucky. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh shit. Oh no, he's in the middle. Oh, I need to put in another one. Oh, I didn't think about that. Okay. Yeah, so basically that center section doesn't have any prohibitors, so I just need to quickly make a center. I'll just call it center, and that will stop all the all the robots going in there. So I just need to bait him to the bottom door just to test that one. I know it will work, but so we go in there. Oh my god, that is so freaking cool. You go get me, bro. Let's go! You almost got me. Okay, that works nice. Let's quickly do the NavMesh modifier for the center. So I'm going to call this hub. I always refer to the middle of the map as the hub. So I'm just going to copy that and put that in there. And then We'll set that to 1, 1, 0, 0, 0. And then let's go 2.5. 2.6. There we go. Right, so this one, yeah, I don't need to do a query filter for this one. All I need to do is create a one of these. We'll just go white. There we go. So now they won't be able to go in the middle. Now I don't need to do a query filter for this because nothing's going to be going in there other than the creatures. So what we're going to do is we're going to go on to the query filters and we're going to add NavE to the exclude. So that will block them from entering E, which is the center of the map. So if we go on here and add E exclude, do that, turn it read default, there we go. So that's nav E added to filter A. Nav B, add E exclude. Okay, so if we now go through, E should be on the exclude list. So E, 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 E. So now if I test it, go and get that robot again. He's going to come in here, but he won't be able to come in here. So he can't get me. I'm safe. That is so freaking cool, guys. So freaking cool. Okay, we have created the boundaries. What's left to do? Oh, if I can close those filters now that those are done. What we're going to have to do now is go on to... Hold on. AI, robot A, B. Sorry. Oh my god, there's so many letters involved here. Right, so this is running query filter A on these parts. So what we need to do is go on to robot B, and we know the navigation for B is excluding A, C, D and E. So it's only going to move around B, and we know from the map that enemy B is all of that area with the area class nav B. So we're gonna sort out the tree for B and just test B. So what we'll do is we need to... Oh, the find random patrol. Find random patrol. So in here, we're filtering that by B. So robot B, filter B, compile and save. So that's find random patrol. So we know that's going to be going by that nav data. And then on here, we need to say query filter B. So we'll only move to the areas that are B. And then if we go to our second branch, don't need to do anything there. The chase player doesn't need anything. The move to needs to have query filter B. This doesn't need anything doing to it there. And then on this one, the move to needs to be filter B. Register as captured, doesn't need anything. Target location needs to have B. And then the find random container, on here we just say B. Compile, save. So everything is going by that filter now. So if I save, and we can basically test the new robot. And the problem is he's such a fast little bastard. I'm scared because he moves like a rocket. So we're going to bait him and take him to one of the other areas. I have to be careful. Right, he's seeing me. Oh, fuck me. Okay, excellent. Right, he's got his rocket boost on, so we need to turn that off. Oh, this is so fucking cool, guys. Sorry for the language, but... Oh, this is perfect. I've got them doing what I need them to do. Like, there's... Almost got me. You almost got me, bro. Oh, this is perfect. So we need to turn off the rocket effect. Fucking Jesus, he almost got me there. Has he just gone into an area he's not meant to be in? He's just got himself stuck. You silly shit. How did you go in there? You're not allowed in there. How did you get yourself stuck? Just going to test that again. I'm going to see if I can get him stuck again. He's the only one, like... Okay, I'm thinking of a safety measure here. If I put this at 2.8, so there's a gap between. That way. That way, he shouldn't happen again. He shouldn't get stuck. So we're creating a tiny gap there. I'm wondering if that's because the boundary maybe overlapped a little bit, like where the green was crossing over with the yellow. Because he got stuck. He got stuck right here. And where the lines, where the boundaries are, I guess if they're overlapping, you'd have a bit of green going into yellow. So that's probably how he got stuck. So maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea just to make sure that these ones don't have the same issue. That middle bit's fine. So if I just if I just did this one, if we put 11 on there, so you see there we've got a gap at both ends, so the yellow boundary is not overlapping with the green, and vice versa, the copper with the green. So if we just do the same for down here and do 11, there's a gap. It will still go up, but it will still go up to pretty much all of that area, and if the player is standing in the doorway, it will still be able to hit him. So that does the job nicely. Let's test it. Come here, my pedigree chum. Whoa, shit! Okay, I think we can... I think we're all good there. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get stuck again. Oh, fucking... Shit, he got me. Wait, why did you go over there? I'm over here, dude. Right, so what we need to do is we need to make sure if he's not chasing anything, if he's in his patrol logic, I think what I might quickly do is just add in something up here. If I just do it in a find random patrol, actually, we can just make sure, because I noticed, like as you just saw, his speed boost was still on because he was in this phase here. He was chasing me, right? But it's only in the deal damage to player, I think. Yeah, in here we deactivate it, but because we ran out of his before he had a chance to hit us, we're not turning it off. So if I just go up here and in the find random patrol, if I just deactivate that component in there, then we're making sure that it's off and not looking glitchy. Find random patrol. So in here we are going to get that as enemy character B. We're going to plug that into there, that into there, and that into there, and then we're going to make room. Put that there. And if we just test that again, so if I just bait him, he's doing his speed boost, right? Oh, fuck! Oh! There we go. Oh, fucking Jesus. That was a little bit too close for comfort. Speed's on. Got me. If I stand over here, we'll see the speed boost. And then I'll come over here. It's stopped. It's turned off. So we fixed a bit of a graphical bug there, I guess. Lovely stuff. Right, so all that's left to do then with the robots, essentially what we need to do, remember guys, the logic in this tree, it will be the exact same for enemies C and D, but the reason why we need to create another tree is because the custom events in there, the behavior tree tasks, each of those tasks will target that specific enemy. So we need to go in and basically replicate all the tasks and code, and then just literally go in and change the bit wherever it's saying cast to enemy B, we're going to change it to cast to enemy C. So I'm going to stop for some food because I've not eaten today yet. I had a big con carne last night and it's kept me going all day. So I'm going to take a break. I'll have about an hour and a half break, and then I will come back and I will create enemy C and D. I can just close these. So yeah, I'm going to create enemy C, enemy D. And then we've literally got all 4 enemies in their sectors. And then the game's pretty much there. Looking at my job list, I think the remaining, I can sort NavMesh to restrict robots. Done. So on the remaining job list, I wanted to add a shoulder torch to the player character because there's certain areas where it's a little bit dark, mainly the maintenance. I wanted to have a tiny visual effects for when a creature escapes in a portal, and also for Gelatino when he morphs into a shape. And I was thinking about adding a glow stick to the player character. So I just wanted to see how that would look if I added that as a socket to the skeletal mesh of the player character, just to see how that looks. And then it's basically UI work. So we need to put in the main menu, credits, pause menu, lose menu, win menu. All of that stuff I've done before. It's not going to take that long to set up. So yeah, I will take a break, and when I'm back I will create the other two enemies, and then we'll get all the UI done. The UI might be done in two different streams. Let's see how I go on time and things. But I hope you enjoyed that stream, guys. If you did, feel free to give us a follow on Twitch to stay up to date. And if you want to see any of my previous streams, you can check out my YouTube below. I've got playlists for Unreal, Unity and Blender. And if you want to play any games I've made, go check out my itch page. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next stream.